Good evening. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:31 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Ramsey for the facilities update.
Thank you. This evening, I'd like to present our Deputy Superintendent, Callie Spencer.
Tonight's facility update will provide trustees in our community with information and updates regarding Bond 2021, our master facility planning, and our needs at our transportation facility known as the West Lot. We'll begin with Presidio, followed by HPM, and then our Chief Financial Officer will wrap up tonight's presentation. We had planned for an update from our Citizens Oversight Committee tonight from our chair, Libby Willis. Unfortunately, she was unable to join us tonight, but does plan to join us in a future meeting to give an update. We wish her well and hope she's feeling better soon. So, Brian.
Good evening. My name is Brian Johnson, Program Director for Presidio. First off, I would like to say, super excited to be here. Thankful for you guys for allowing us to give you guys an update. Dr. Ramsey, Dr. Rodriguez, and Board Trustees, we have some exciting things to show you guys and looking for some good feedback. So I'll jump right into it. So for our update, we're going to talk about the program status and where we are, budget, give you a hub update, and also we have some exciting renderings to show you on some of our projects. So for our program status update, just a few of our projects that are still in programming phase. In our design phase, we have several projects that are currently in design in different phases throughout that design phase. We have one project that is currently in construction or about to start construction. That's Stripling Middle School. What that means is we have a GMP from the CMAR contractor. We're currently going through a contract acceptance from the district, and we're waiting on city approval. And as you know, we have one project that's in post-construction right now, that is Rolling Hills Elementary School, that's just been occupied. Now for our projects that are in design, as of today, we have one project that is still in the scope to budget phase, several projects that are in schematic design phase, one project, Monning Middle School, that's in design of development, and a handful of projects that are in the construction documents phase. And construction document phase will soon be into the construction phase as we get a GMP, a guaranteed maximum price from the contractor. So several of those projects will be starting construction pretty soon. Now I'll turn it over to Maddie Sarah, our Deputy Director, to talk about procurement.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks. Good evening. Superintendent Ramsey, President Rodriguez, board members. My name is Madeline Sarah. I work with Presidio. I'm Deputy Program Director for Presidio. I'm honored to be here, and I'd like to provide you with an update to the procurement and the budget for 2021 bond program. Starting with the procurement update, as you can see on the screen, it's regarding the CMR, which is the Construction Manager at Risk update. For pre-construction services as well as construction services, the process started back in April 2023. We brought, after the board approval, several projects, and I'd like to draw your attention to the left side of the screen. As of December 31st of 2023, we have 11 projects that we are happy to report that we've executed a fully pre-construction contract as well as notices to proceed for all these CMRs. Lastly, regarding the construction update, so in November 2023, the board approved the construction not to exceed budget for 7 schools as listed under the November update, and our team is working diligently to get those guaranteed maximum price locked down and start construction. As Brian mentioned, we have Stripling starting right now, and we expect the construction to start as soon as we have a permit released from the city. Moving on to the budget update, these numbers reflected on the screen, they're as of November 30th, 2023. And this is just an overview as to the budget managed by Presidio, budget managed by the district, and some other numbers I will go over really quick. So the first column is the budget managed by Presidio. It's $1,200,274,536. The budget managed by the district, which we refer to as the administration managed budget, it's $10.9 million. And then the interest earned to date, which is as of November 30th, 2023, the district was able to earn $19.6 million in interest. So kudos to the finance department, and I'm sure this number is growing and growing. The bottom side of the slide represents the encumbered to date number, which means all those contracts that are already in hand with vendors. And this is $88.2 million. Moving on to the amount paid to date, that's $69.1 million, and these are invoices and checks out of the door. Forecasted additional commitments, of course, a little bit over $1 billion. And finally, with adding the interest earned to date, the total amount of 2021 bond program budget is $1.21 billion, $230,865,955. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Before I turn it back to Mr. Johnson, if I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Dr. Ryan, you have a question?
No.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Maddie. One of the things I would like to point out that I'm really excited about is our hub program. Right now, we're at 38% committed to hub firms, which is $56.7 million committed to that program, to those contractors. So really excited about that. Now, one thing to point out, that the district goal is 25%. We're obviously far exceeding that goal, and we haven't really even hit construction yet. Usually we see that increased number during construction. With one project under our belt in construction, we haven't even started the actual projects in construction, and we're moving at a good pace. So I'm really excited about those numbers. So how we're able to do that, we have a team that's dedicated to outreach. So our team, go scour the city and have different events. We have events here at Fort Worth ISD, how to do business with Fort Worth, just to get interest from contractors and give them opportunities to be at work. Our goal is to obviously keep contractors employed with Fort Worth ISD throughout this bond program, and to also get new contractors in place so they can participate in this program. And with that, we see an increase in competitive bids, which obviously gives us a benefit in this program. So really excited about the work we're doing in our outreach department and making Fort Worth ISD the client of choice.
Good evening, Madam President and Superintendent Ramsey. My name is Tara Grenier. I'm the Senior Design Manager, and I'll be presenting I'll present the good stuff here in a few minutes. But first of all, a little bit about our design process, just to bring forward that we do collaborative sessions. We call design charrettes for both students and for staff. So we're doing 2 sessions at every one of our projects. This is a collaborative activity session that allows students to exhibit critical thinking skills, group thinking, presentation skills, and just to have fun participation. We usually engage about 15 to 20 students and try to ask for a good cross-representation of the student body, and so that they can come and participate and help kind of envision what they would like to see in their school and their campus. We do the same type of activity with the staff, just to kind of gauge what's working, what's not working, what are some things that they'd like to see on the campus. And so we do provide 2 collaborative sessions as part of our programming effort. Here's just a couple of pictures of those activities. The other thing that we wanted to do is we actually in the early stages of design, we've set up these QR codes. Those are usually put in high traffic areas such as by the lobby, the cafeteria, the gymnasium, the media center, and the front office. And this just basically allows feedback, undisclosed feedback through the QR code for anybody in the community if they want to comment on kind of a leading question of like what they would like to see on this campus as we're going into the design efforts. So we have been able to gauge some participation from this, and we're sharing that information with the architects so that they can potentially incorporate any of those asks in the design.
All right, so I'll talk about Rolling Hills. Thankfully, to have this project complete and the kids occupying this school, beautiful campus designed by Glenn Partners and Imperial, the contractor. If you haven't been to this campus, please go out and visit this campus. It's a very unique campus, a very beautiful campus, and I advise anybody who hasn't been there, please go out and see it. The kids are extremely happy. The staff are excited to be a part of this campus, and I guess this is the future for 4th ISD. Stripling Middle School, again, this is one of the projects that is currently on the bubble right now. It's probably one of our first projects or second project starting construction following Rolling Hills, currently waiting for approval by the city. As you can see, the existing building compared to the conceptual rendering that were taking place, and you can see the courtyard that we kind of created there in the rendering that's fenced off for safety reasons, obviously, that they can have outdoor spaces and outdoor communication efforts. And then you can see the addition that we have planned for Stripling Middle School, again, just to match the continuation of the architecture of that campus. And that's a close-up view of that front of the building and that outdoor learning space that's fenced off for security purposes. Before and after some of those photos, we wanted to show you guys that just so you can see what the plan is for some of those spaces. You see the existing space on the left and the concept on the right, just so you can get a good idea of what we're planning for that campus. It's a view of the band hall, what it looks like now, what it's going to look like. Turn over to Tara, talk about workforce.
So there's the next few slides that I'm going to present are a representation of all the projects that are in design currently. Some of the projects are going to have a little bit more detail depending on where they're at in the design process. So some of them will be a little bit more conceptual, whereas others, they have a little bit further development with renderings. So moving into workforce-based high school, the focus on this is a complete renovation of the campus of the 1940s building. It's going to house 450 students and we'll be offering both day and night programs for students. The key features here are we are relocating the front entry from off of Libby just due to better enhanced visibility than it was off of Little Page. So we'll be giving it a new front entry, which you see on the right. And we will still be keeping the existing entry, but that'll just be kind of a secondary entry point. They'll have a secured entry vestibule, new admin that'll also be adjacent to this new entry. Again, complete renovation of the project and increased parking. Here's a elevation shot of off of Libby. So you can see again a different view of the front entry as well as the corner there, which is an existing building that's going to be turned into their alumni center. This is interior. This is on the left, basically the current entry. The admin is straight ahead. And so they're going to be reimagining that into more of a collaboration area and display. This is the old administration on the left, and then on the right is the new secured entry. So you can see some of the security measures there at the front desk that'll be included. Moving on to Wedgwood. This is a pretty large renovation project. We're going to be increasing the student capacity from 825 to 470. So there is a significant addition that will be occurring at this campus. Some of the key features are we are relocating the main entry from Wiki Way sorry, I have a cold, over to another entry point for, again, better visibility and efficiency for vehicular traffic. There'll be a full renovation of this campus, including a new addition that includes fine arts, classrooms, and administration. This is an entry of the new, rendering of the new front entry. This is a different perspective of that. These are some renderings of a future collaboration space in the hallway, and then a conceptual rendering of the classrooms. Conceptual of the band hall on the left, and then of the media center on the right. Moving on to JK. This is another exciting project that we're excited to see come to fruition. We are doing a full renovation of JK. We are also going to be relocating the front entrance just slightly over, again, just for a more efficient plan layout. We have the secured entry vestibule. We're going to be adding a small addition. There's going to be a restack pretty much of all of the programming space, again, for better efficiency and student traffic patterns throughout the day. And as you'll kind of start to see through these, one thing I would like to say is we are definitely paying attention to safety and security. We're having a strong focus on their school colors. And then obviously portables are being removed as well. So that's kind of a underlying for all of these campuses. So on the left, you see the existing campus, and then compared to the new front entry. This is a enlarged perspective of the front entrance. So the existing building is there on the right, and then we're going to be building out from the existing front elevation the new admin, which is in classroom spaces, which is there in the blue and kind of off-white. And then what you're seeing on the far left is actually the performing arts addition. This is just another perspective of the front there, showing the addition of the fine arts. Forest Oak, this is again another campus-wide remodel and renovation of approximately 106,000 square feet. We will be adding a pretty significant addition onto this to support the growth of this campus to 1350. We are also going to be relocating the administration function and increasing it, as well as adding a fairly significant addition for classrooms, science labs, a new media center, and expansion of the cafeteria on this campus. So this is showing you on the left the existing front entry, and then on the right the new front entry. Here's an enlarged perspective of that. This is showing kind of the back side of the admin, which is up at the front. It is 2-story. There's classrooms on the second floor, and then you can also see the 3-story classroom and science building addition there in the forefront. These are some conceptual images from the media center, and then also of the grand staircase, which will be located adjacent to the administration that will lead you from the first floor up to the second floor, with some collaboration area underneath that. This is also in close proximity to the media center, so they'll kind of have a little bit of rollout of space for there. Sorry, moving on to Rosemont. Again, this is a definitely a unique challenge project. We have 2 existing campuses. We essentially have the old elementary and the middle school. And so how do you combine those? So we're combining both of these campuses through the vehicle of using a common corridor that will house the new admin, and then also have a brand new cafeteria space, which will also include a storm shelter. That'll be kind of the connector point between the old, the middle school and the elementary school. So we will be renovating the rest of these campuses. The elementary school will get some renovations on finishes. Most of the walls and stuff will stay intact. We are doing some slight construction modifications there to support the new admin and fine arts. But then we're doing a pretty significant renovation over in the old middle school here. This is a front elevation showing that new connector. So on the far right is the middle school and kind of that auditorium and all of the glass that goes across the front. And then the higher portion is basically the new front entry that will now be a single entry point for administration for both campuses. So today they're kind of operating kind of dually in both buildings. There'll be one centralized administration and secured entry vestibule for this campus. This is a view of the inside of that connector. So again, it's a breezeway for the students to go from the middle school easily over to the elementary school. Obviously, this will all be just termed middle school, which it is being currently used now. What you're seeing here is some collaboration spaces outside of the administration and the cafeteria space. It'll also be providing an opportunity for students to eat outside in this activated corridor. This is just the back of the school, just kind of showing some existing elements. We are doing some enhancements over on the elementary side of it. What you're seeing on the right is the back side of the new cafeteria and kitchen, as well as that connector. And then we are going to be able to create kind of an outdoor dining and student learning that will be fenced off for security purposes. We just have a couple of images here of kind of what the existing conditions are in terms of the corridor space versus what that new connector space is going to look like. So overall modernization of this campus. Moving on to early childhood. This is over at the Morningside Annex. We're taking the back building, which you see on the left, which is the single-story building kind of in the far background there with the rooftop units, white roof. And we're converting half of that building into the district's early childhood center. So this is about a 10,000 square foot renovation. We'll have 5 classrooms along with their own parking lot, their own entry, their own drive. They'll be completely self-contained from Morningside Elementary. They'll have their own admin and then support functions in there that will support the early childhood. They'll also have their own dedicated playground for the younger ages. Here's a update on the front elevation. This is still conceptual. We're still working on colors, so just to point that out. But this is a secured check-in point for the program. And then moving on to Leonard. Leonard, this is roughly 117,000 square foot campus renovation and addition project that we're going to be doing. Some of the kind of key things that we're going to be doing on this is we're actually going to be relocating the admin that currently faces Morenci to off of Chaplin. So this, So on the far right, where the kind of the white box kind of 2-story thing is, to the side of that, there's like kind of a wood looking area. That's the new admin. And so we'll be adding new classrooms here, a fine arts component, administration, and a weight room. So there'll be multiple additions plus a significant renovation on this project. These are some views of the existing interior of the campus. On the right is still the same it's the same area. It's just going to be activated, and I'll have an increased media center. So what you're seeing is kind of the entry to the media center. The image on the left is as somebody would be coming in through the front door, they're going to see kind of this kind of grand entry. The administration is there on the left. On the right is an image of the new media center. For Monig, this is a renovation of the entire campus. We have multiple additions that we're going to be doing on this campus, totaling roughly about 38,000 square feet. It'll include an expansion for fine arts, administration, weight room, science labs, library, and a small kitchen to support the future enrollment growth. Again, this is a little earlier in the design concept, so this just kind of shows you the white boxes are where we're doing or where it's being proposed for expansion, and the gray is existing. For Meadowbrook, this is a renovation and addition project for increasing the student capacity up to 900 students with a new secured entry vestibule, as well as various additions on this campus. This one is also pretty early in the design phase, but we have a new administration area that's being added, new classrooms, new visual arts, and some new performing arts spaces. Daggett Montessori. We're doing a renovation of their current administration building, as well as some of the performing art spaces in the middle school is also getting some work. on this campus. Here's kind of a little bit of an overview of that. So admin, the middle school, we're adding some classrooms, and then we're also doing some minimal work in the locker room areas at the gym. The Applied Learning Academy, we're doing light renovations in the existing facility with a primary focus on increasing some of the performing art spaces as well as some needed classrooms to support the growth on this campus. This has been revised, so we are, again, early in the design phase on this one, so this graphic is a little outdated, but we are doing some light renovations that's shown in the gray. The performing arts and the classroom is actually now going to be all up on kind of the top where it says proposed parking, so we're kind of reworking that plan a little bit, and there'll be some light renovations throughout, as well as some site improvements. Riverside, renovation of the existing campus and construction of a new approximately 15,000 square foot addition that will house the expanding performing arts. And we're also doing a science expansion for future enrollment. So this graphic basically shows you, the aerial shows you the existing campus. The areas that are hatched show where we are proposing to add those additional classrooms, as well as the larger area is the fine arts program. Meacham, this is an addition plus renovation project. We will be providing new performing arts space, better ADA accessibility, and increasing the capacity to 800 students. So we have, as you can kind of see on this graphic, we have some light renovation, some heavy renovation, and then our new construction basically is creating a new cafeteria and then new performing art spaces, which are shown in purple. For McClung, this campus actually is in pretty good shape. So we are doing some light renovations, and we'll be doing a small addition to this to relocate some visual arts classroom to make room for some additional classrooms that are needed on this campus. So it's not a new middle school. It's just the blue portion, which is an addition. For Eastern Hills Elementary, as everybody knows, this is planned to be a new elementary campus. So I will show you here briefly kind of the master plan for the Eastern Hills community. Down in the far lower left, it looks kind of like an H sideways. That is planned as a new site for the elementary school. It will be serve 750 students. Moving that there is going to be great. Obviously, we have a really nice master plan that's been created. We have some parking that is up there currently, as you probably know, that was supporting the high school. So that's kind of been a little bit of a domino effect in really trying to come up with the right master plan for this campus. So with putting the elementary school there, we had to figure out where we were going to put some of that additional parking that was needed at the high school. So the areas in white are basically identified as parking and or will be green space for outdoor learning. We are going to be relocating the baseball and the softball field over to the site where the current elementary school is. So again, we had to kind of take a step back and really look at the whole master plan and how to make this function for both campuses. Maudry Walton Elementary, this is going to actually be an addition renovation project. Due to the historical nature of the neighborhood, the school, there's aspects of this campus that have to remain. And so this will be a pretty significant renovation where we're going to be adding, actually most of the work is going to be on the back side. So they are going to be proposing to relocate the main entry over to off of Ramey. And then they're going to be building a new cafeteria, new gym, new media center, admin, and then there'll be additional classrooms. So the existing classroom building that's farthest on the back, that will be removed, and then the rest of the campus will be basically renovated. And whoops, that's the graphic for that. And this is also kind of a work in progress. With that, I think I'll turn it over to Brian.
All right, for future updates, just on the program and some
Mr.
of our-
Johnson, we have a question. Trustee Luebanos.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. On Westwood Middle School, you mentioned that we are increasing students from 875 to 475, which I was confused. And if that's vice versa, how or where are we increasing the students from?
So we making a correction to that. The current student capacity is a little over 800. We're increasing it to 1,400.
1,400.
Capacity students. Yeah. So that's a correction.
And then are we closing schools around there?
No, the sixth grade center is moving into the middle school.
Okay,
Yes, sir. So
And
that's the reason for the increase in capacity.
thank you. And then for Rosemont, having glass on those new buildings, is that the best option?
So we're still looking at it. We're still early in design. We're looking at all options. We do have safety standards that we have to abide by TEA that specifically talks about that glass. So we're going to address that as we go further along in design.
Thank you. And then also on Mission, you mentioned that we are going to increase the student population for Mission Middle School.
For what? Which school? I'm sorry.
Mission?
Oh, for Meacham?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah. Sorry. Give us 1 second.
Yeah.
It's minimal. It's pretty much the same.
I mean, it's very minimal. It's not a lot. Based on the facilities condition assessment that we had previously, I mean, the enrollment increasement is very minimal.
Is that due to other schools closing around, or is that just because enrollment is high? Do you know?
I think it's really getting kids out of portables and putting them into the building, the actual building. So that's the reason for the addition there.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. We got to first on all the athletic facilities within these schools, middle schools especially. Are we looking at all the Title IX implications to make sure that our young ladies have the same amount of dressing space as the guys do, which in these older schools, that never happened?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We are looking at that
Okay.
in every project.
Right. And the other part would be, now I'm going to go to fine arts for a minute. Don't know anything about fine arts, but I want to bring this stuff up. Are we putting, when we're doing band and mariachi and all that choir, are we putting winger practice rooms in? We did in McClung and Benbrook when we made those middle schools. Are we going to do something like that as we renovate these other schools?
Yeah, our job is to make sure that every campus is equitable and everybody's getting the same thing. So we're definitely looking at those winger units. There are other options that you can, besides winger units that you could use that we're also looking at that could be better besides the winger units that we're looking at our design guys to lead us on. But we're looking at all of those options. Our first step is to make sure everything is equitable.
Okay, and then with that, you did a lot of work with the performing arts side, but what have we done with art on this? Are we doing anything to improve the art facilities that are there?
Yeah, visual arts is included in our programming. Yes, sir. So we are.
Well, I just saw, here's the new mariachi choir band, but I didn't see anything about.
Well, we just
art.
showed that specifically for you because we know you like that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But we are addressing all of them. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trustee Bridges.
Thank you, ma'am. Real quick question. In the charrettes that you guys did, were those with students as well as teachers and parents?
Not parents. We went during school hours and we set that up through the principal, and it was mainly with the students. And there were some staff that was included in some of those charrettes. So yes, sir.
And I'm curious to know, were there some kind of aha moments that came from the students of what they wanted to see happen?
The students had a lot of great ideas. It's funny once you really ask them to get involved and what they dislike and like about their buildings. I mean, the floodgates just open. So we got a lot of great ideas and some aha moments about how they enter the building, how they go back and forth through classes and things like that, and how they feel about collaboration spaces. So we got a few ideas, like, okay, we should probably approach this a little differently. And funny enough, some of those things they brought up, we can't change out the water fountains to put a chocolate milk machine or something in there like that. So, some of those things we can't do, but it was a lot of great conversation.
Yeah, I'm just curious, anyone that stands out that the students brought out, they said, hey, this is a done deal that we're going to put that in there?
We hadn't followed up about that. We usually just take their ideas and see how we can incorporate that in there. But that's something we can definitely look at, like a follow up, like, hey, your idea came out of this charrette, and here's what we're going to do for the campus. So I think that's something we can definitely do moving forward.
Right. And the last question, help me out, and I'm not a builder, and I won't even profess to be one, but when we're thinking about building out 40 years from now, how are we, from a design perspective, because I would gather how we educate kids today, it's going to be different from 25 years from now. So how are we looking at that in the planning of that?
It's and I'll get Tara to come up here as well to talk about some of the design aspects of it. But it's tough. I mean, we went from the 1960s where everything's kind of closed in and blocked off and everything like that. Now we're going to an area where everything's open and collaborative, right? And then technology is also changing that. So as technology is evolving, we have to evolve as well. Right. And then we also have the security aspect of it, right? We can't be too open because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that kids are safe. So we have to find that balance, and we're in the process of doing it. I think we have it figured out, but as 50, 60 years from now, who knows? Honestly, I mean, it could change again, to go back to the 60s for all we know. So we're doing our best to make sure that the kids that are there today have what they need in the space that they need so they can be educated.
And last question. Oh, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I just would like to add too, the district has in place technical design guidelines, and that includes a lot of maintenance items. And so one of the key things too is making sure that the products that are selected are going to withstand time, so that they're easy to maintain, they're easy to procure, they're easy for staff, like custodial staff or maintenance staff to also repair if needed. So we are taking into consideration the longevity of material selections as well. And then again, as Brian alluded, it is a fine balance, but we are trying to create these next gen learning environments that aren't only for the kids of today, but for the kids of the future. So trying to build in some of those flexibility spaces that will allow the campus to kind of grow and morph, as they need to. We're not touching every space, so there's going to be spaces that we're just getting kind of a light renovation, but a lot of those kind of larger spaces, a lot of like the larger performing arts, fine arts, some of the classroom spaces, CTE, all of those things that will help move the district forward, those are being incorporated.
Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
Are all of the campuses that are being renovated fully ADA, and to what level? I know we've had some parents have come recently concerned about access to elevators and with children with wheelchairs. Will our middle schools be fully compliant and allow access for all students?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. That's part of our programming. So we have to do that as part of our programming and to get a permit with the city. So we have to make sure that all of our campuses are ADA compliant. Okay,
great. And then I'm glad that you mentioned there's technical guidelines that you follow. Are there any do you use any evidence-based research on just design learning? I guess the design of learning styles. I've seen a lot of different campuses around the nation, and there's a lot of different styles out there. Do we, other than the technical guidelines that we have to follow, do we use any evidence-based research on what are the best designs for learning?
Well, first of all, we have very good architects that have been selected, and all of them are K-12 architects. So we are pushing to make sure that they're doing best practice, that they are doing spaces that, again, like I mentioned before, that are going to be flexible, that are going to grow with the district. A lot of them, several of them are, they have members on the team. We've asked for senior design team members. So some of them are ALEP, which is accreditation for, like you mentioned, to make sure that they're doing best practice, that they're leading edge. And so they're bringing some of that research that they're doing within each of their individual firms to some of these design projects. So again, we have, a good representation of a lot of different architects that are on board for this. And so I think you'll be really pleased with the outcome of these projects. And their district does have educational specifications that does have a lot of the kind of the baseline criteria that talks about like what needs to be in each type of the classrooms, depending if it's a typical classroom or if it's a specialized classroom. It talks about what's needed in special needs areas, what's needed in fine arts, etc. So it has a fairly detailed requirement that has the needs of the district that have been identified that we have to make sure we comply with.
That's good to know. I often hear teachers, especially with the arts and the sciences, even like needing storage space for materials and other things. So good. That's good to know. Thank you.
I will point out too that even though we have the specs and the TDGs and all those things, and that's really to help us rein them in and keep us in budget. The administration, Fourth ISD administration, has been great about looking at other ideas. If we're doing something antiquated or something that's not beneficial to the kids, they are open to looking at those ideas and incorporating those into our guidelines.
Thank you.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. First off, I want to say thank you, Eastern Hills Elementary. That's a wonderful buffer safety for the community and for the neighborhood. When we met with them, and since I have met with the neighborhood Eastern Hills Homeowners Association, who ironically is meeting right now, they requested no fields proximal to residential. And in looking at these fields, they abut Shelton Street, Canton, Yosemite Drive. And I just want to make sure, I love the design, but I want to make sure that we really work hard with the community to ensure they understand the reason we're doing this and the benefits of it. I mean, because this is a complete redesign, and I appreciate it. Secondarily, east of 35, we all know blackjack post oaks are protected, and I'm hopeful that the current softball field could be used as green space if possible. Certainly, y'all are the experts on this, instead of taking out those trees that are designated parkland at this time. Because the field that is down below on the south end of Eastern Hills on Shelton, that field took out a ton of trees, and we've just recovered from that 13 years later. Okay. So, and then the last thing is the softball field encroaches a little bit on Eastern Hills Park, and the topography is strange there, and there's a flood zone there. So I don't think the trees will be a problem taking them out, but I just want to make sure that we're very cognizant of the fact that we need to communicate with the community.
Yes, ma'am.
But thank you. This is a beautiful design. And Kelly, I want to thank you because I know this is your idea. So thank you.
Thank you. Those are great comments. We'll make sure we take care of those comments for you and the community as well.
Okay, I also had a question on Monning Middle School. Is there going to be a second level gymnasium?
No, there's not going to be a second level gymnasium.
Okay, because I was just looking at the schematic. Okay, thank you.
All right. Now, for any updates or upcoming bids, please look at our 4th ISD 2021bond.com website. You get any updates that you need, and also for upcoming bids. And I would also like to point out, I know Kelly talked about Libby that she couldn't attend to talk about CLC, but I would like to talk about CLC and the experiences that I have. I appreciate 4th ISD and the CLC committee for always allowing us to present to them and holding us accountable. I think it's important for them to be there and make sure that we're doing everything we're supposed to be doing in the bond program. And it's good to hear from them and their constituents, because they are the voices of their constituents of what's happening out there and what they see, so that we can improve. And that's our goal, is to always improve. So thank you guys. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Ramsey, Board President Rodriguez, and members of the trustees. My name is Tracy Richter. I am Vice President of Planning Services for HPM, leading the long-range facilities planning process. I bring with me Anna Sullivan. She's with us tonight. She's a Director of Planning. Also, she is the coordinator of the day-to-day things that happen here. It's my control, isn't it? What I'm here to do is give you an update and overview of the process. Certainly we've met with the board leadership on facilities, and they've seen this process, but this gives you some context to what we're trying to accomplish in a facilities master plan, who we've met with so far, and where we're going from here. And so we have had several kind of behind the scenes meetings to get this established, to get the process going. As you can imagine, trying to set up a facilities master plan for a 5, 10, or 15-year look takes a lot of groundwork to get established. And so what I'm going to take you through is all those things that we try to do to ensure that we put together a comprehensive facilities plan for Fort Worth ISD. You can see that we've met several times, but I want to kind of point out a couple other things that we're trying to do to make sure that we're hearing a lot of voices that might not get heard all the time. I'm going to talk a lot about how we want to be as transparent as we can in this process and making sure that we're involving as many people as we can. So I want to point out really quickly on this one, the Student and Family Engagement and Family Action Center leadership, we did meet with this group because we understand that the communities do have spaces in our schools, and we want to make sure that we're hearing those voices about the needs for community space in our school buildings. And I think it's a very important first step to this. They will be involved in the entire process as we go forward to make sure that as you update standards, educational specifications that you just talked about, that they're involved with that. And so we want to make sure that that's important. We are going to continue to keep you updated frequently in this because it's really important. There's a lot of data that's going to be coming forth in the next 6 to 8 months, and so there'll be a lot to consume. And so we want to make sure that we're doing this appropriately. When we're approaching a facilities master plan, we call it a very iterative process. It builds upon each other, but one of the things that we kind of hold true in a facilities master plan is that we stick to what we call defensible, actionable, and sustainable. And so defensible comes a lot into pre-planning stuff that we'll talk about, a lot of data gathering. And the data gathering I'll talk to in a minute really has to be vetted. It has to be vetted by a lot of people to make sure that we're getting the as best quality data as we can, that we're interpreting data the right way, that we're able to explain how data can be interpreted when we go out to the community. Because there's a lot of perception on data, and you can interpret a lot of different ways, so we want to make sure we're prepared for that. But we also need to make sure that that when a facilities plan, it does come out, that it is an actionable plan, and there's a lot of different pathways to being actionable. But not only that, it has to be sustainable, and so sustainability in a facilities master plan needs to show that there are exit ramps during a planning or a process of capital investment, that you can detour just for a second to take a quick break to ensure that you're still walking in the right direction for your capital plan. And so this basically shows how we overlap processes as you go along because there are so many different data pieces. But this is the one I really want to talk about. First and foremost, we are developing a facilities master plan. We are not building a bond program for you. And I think this is an important distinction to what we bring to the table here. Bond programs are a result of facilities master planning. Regardless if a school district has a bond program or can achieve a bond program, you should have a facilities plan. And so a facilities plan is very much about prioritization of need that aligns to a lot of different things. And so the approach is address all facilities, because all facilities are important in a facilities master plan. And then you work through a process as you're going through the planning process of prioritization. What can come within your bond program and whatever time you choose to go after a bond program. And that is a board decision down the road. It is a financial decision also that you're driven by. But it's your decision when you want to do that. The idea is to get a facilities master plan in place by the end of the year so the board has a pathway to make those decisions. So when we look at it, we use the analogy because I believe it's a real simple analogy to follow, is that facilities planning is like facilities sitting on a four-legged stool. And you have to address all of the elements, all those legs of the stool in order to give yourself a balanced facilities master plan that is comprehensive and takes a look at a lot of different things. And I say this a lot, that if you ignore one of these, that stool is going to be as bad as every bad restaurant chair you've ever sat in your life. It'll never, ever be stable. And so the minute you start to ignore program, the minute you start to ignore condition, the minute you start to ignore adequacy, When those don't get included, or your demographics, the moment those don't get included into a plan together in a comprehensive way, then your facilities will always remain like this. The other piece to this is you look at these, again, we address demographics in the sense that we're not just going to look at enrollment projections. I mean, that's one way to look at it, but it's not just a number. You know, the student count's not just a number. It's about movement, transients. It's about where students are going to be, and not just the overall student population. We're going to look specifically at programs. You know, how do students move within programs, and how does that affect how we use facilities? We're going to look at, and a lot of what I'm going to talk about tonight is in our pre-planning is this facility assessment. Running a condition assessment, full engineering assessment of every facility in your district. But not only that, but having a manageable capital asset planning software that you can do predictive analysis on deferred maintenance, capital improvements, preventive maintenance, that allows you to look at budgeting a lot differently from a condition standpoint, from a systems component standpoint. The other piece is the educational adequacy piece, which I believe is a part of condition also. Now, that adequacy piece is how your district's aligned to your educational vision and mission. Now, you talked a lot previously about those educational standards, educational specifications. Those are very important when you're developing a facilities master plan. But here's the other thing, is that facilities educational specifications should be dynamic. You talked about, you know, how education changes. Well, I'm an old middle school teacher, and I taught for 7 years, and I taught under 3 different pedagogies of middle grades education in 7 short years. So it's not going to take 40 years for education to change. It's going to be dynamic, as your educational standards should be dynamic. And so how do you build those into your facility standards, and how do you measure those? Well, we're working with your teams to make sure that we're updating those standards, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. But not only that, we use those standards to measure your buildings from an educational adequacy standpoint. And what you're going to see is not an educational adequacy that gives you a good, fair, poor analysis, because that tells you nothing. It tells you that, okay, it's bad. Well, what does that mean? What this educational adequacy will do, it'll identify all those deficiencies out there. It'll show you what you have and what you don't have. It'll be by program area, fine arts, special education, core education, athletics. Goes down the list. Shows you by program area where space deficiencies occur, where educational adequacies occur, what deficiencies occur in your facilities. And it will actually cost it out for you. It'll show you the economic impact of the educational deficiencies in those facilities. That's a differentiator. Not a lot of districts have that. And so we have taken a lot of time to develop a sophisticated tool to make sure that the board is fully informed that what does fair mean when it comes to cost of improving the educational adequacy of a facility. This is what it means. And so we think you're going to be well informed by this. And so that facility assessment piece obviously is a big part of this, and it takes a long time to get this done. I'll show you that in a minute. And then finally, well, we're going to talk a lot about educational framework, really looking down forward to say, okay, what does this district want to look like in the next 5, 10, and 15, and 20 years? And that comes from everything as simple as how big should your schools be? To what kind of grade configuration should you offer? How do you deliver early childhood? How do you deliver career and technical education? How do you deliver special education? There's all kinds of different pathways to be able to, when you talk about, evidence-based research, there's so many different ways to approach education. And so, you can have centralized career and technical education. You can have regionalized. You can have by school. You can have, and you know what? They all work to some extent. It's just what works for you. And so we have to put together an educational framework and make sure that we get buy-in from your community and the board to make sure we have some parameters to plan by. Because I'm not going to go out in Fort Worth and plan 400 student station elementary schools because it doesn't fit your model. It might somewhere in Indiana, but it's not going to fit here. And so we need to have that establishment of a good framework to give us parameters to plan by. And we have to have buy-in from your community, buy-in from the board, buy-in from the district to do that. And so we're going to take some time to develop that educational framework in the next couple months to make sure we've got those good rules to plan by. And finally, we are going to pay attention to funding, certainly. Funding can't get ignored here. One of the things that we add to our team are a background of construction people, pre-construction, cost estimators, schedulers that really know how to do construction. And so giving us good cost estimating early, projecting out and what that means are part of this team that we give you. And so you can see that we're trying to address every leg of the stool to ensure that we deliver as comprehensive facilities plan as we can give you. Whatever those recommendations end up being, and they can be several things, renovations. They can be boundary changes. They can be consolidation where necessary. They can be growth where necessary. Facilities master plans just aren't the great news. They also address how you're going to align your facilities to that enrollment, to those programs in the future. And that requires change. And we understand that. Now, the idea is that how do you address that change with the community, knowing that they're going to have to be prepared for that? Well, it comes in early good data understanding, vetting that data with your community, walking through it, understanding, make sure they understand any questions, interpreting it the right way. You have to go through all of that to ensure that that starts to happen. So I believe that's the longest I'm going to spend on a slide, I promise you, but I think this is a really core foundational slide that we talk about. So facility condition is very much, it's an asset cataloged and prioritized module that we have a team that's called ISD. They're out of Amoresco. Now, this is, just so you know, they are led by Casey Morris. Casey Morris and I have been doing this for almost 25 years together. As separate companies, but we have partnered together across this country to do assessments. And I don't think, and not just because I partner with him more frequently than most, I think he's one of the best in the business. He's very detail-oriented about walking through with the district, about their priorities, about their technical specifications, about making sure we're analyzing the right things and we have the right people walking in the doors. What type of engineer do you have to walk in the door? Do you need an architect when you need an architect? So he's walking through all of those with the district to make sure you're assessing all of the things that you need to assess in your buildings. So when you do that, there are multiple steps to this, and a lot of this is these early data exchanges and asset reviews. It's sitting with Mike Naughton's teams and the maintenance teams and trying to understand buildings better even before they walk in. And even while they're walking buildings, it's a continuous meeting with maintenance and construction people. It's meeting, actually, it'll be meeting with your program manager to anticipate what are changes going to come. I've seen all these projects that are on the list. How is that going to impact our condition assessments and our adequacy assessments? And so it's a continuous conversation with our assessors before they even start, while they're walking buildings, and as we start to do the analysis toward the end. So when you're in this, it does take a lot of people to get this done. And it's not just, again, it's not just a team of engineers walking in a building just kind of blindly. They want to sit down with the principal. They want to see what's going on. You know, if you've got a leaky roof, it's hard to see that on a nice sunny day. And so they want to make sure they see all those kind of things that are occurring. We do the same thing in adequacy. You know, when we evaluate student drop-off, from school buses to car drop-off to pedestrian, but our assessors aren't always there at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, or they're not always there at 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon. So it's a real critical component to sit down with the users of the building to make sure that we understand some of those adequacy and condition things that are necessary to go through, and making sure you get those details down. As you're going through on these, on the condition assessment, we have started middle school assessments. We want to make sure we get the baseline of that. Again, that is going to continuously be updated. What's nice about the program is that it's dynamic. It's not just a static report that you get. This asset manager that Amoresco uses has 40,000 users daily on their software that are continuously updating pricing and things like that. But it's not only that, it's also working with your program management group. It's working with, you know, the players that are in the current capital program to make sure they're not missing anything, even in the assessment work that they're doing. So to date, they've walked about 1.6 million square feet. They have about 700,000 square feet to go in middle schools, and then they're going to start right into elementary and high schools right after that. And so they are, next week is a week off for them. They've been walking buildings for 2 straight weeks. And so what they do is they take about a 2-week in your buildings, really hardcore, take a week, scrub data, make sure it's all clean, get it all uploaded, and then go right back out. You know, walking buildings isn't easy, to be honest with you. It's not easy work. It's especially when these, from the condition side, these guys are, you know, crawling up in places and moving around, and, you know, they're not all spring chickens anymore. So it's not easy to wake up on a Friday morning after 4 days of walking buildings. And so 2 weeks on, 1 week off is a typical schedule for an assessment team to be out there walking. And so as we get that done, those middle schools will actually be done the first week of February for the assessment walkthroughs, scrubbing that data, making sure we're getting that also, and then soon to follow as the elementaries and high schools and the high schools. So the educational standards and specifications, first and foremost, the sit-down meeting with your teaching and learning team about where your educational standards are from an educational specification and where they need to be. One of the tasks that we were scoped to do was to make sure that, first and foremost, that the educational specifications were up to TEA standards. Well, TEA standards are nice. Any state standards nice to have as a baseline, as a good guideline for you. But every district is different. And so you have to modify your standards to what Fort Worth ISD wants in their school buildings. And so getting some of that feedback about where we can start to make improvements, even though you're in a capital program. Keep in mind, there's never been the perfect school built because they're always, because education changes and standards change. And so we make those modifications, and those modifications, as you're moving forward on some of your renovation projects, can influence those renovation projects. So if we upgrade the standards to something, so it's just some of the feedback, things like a little more administration space that's missing, that seems to be missing, kitchen and dining, performing visual arts, some square footage missing that's necessary. Probably what you talked about. There might be, the TEA standards might be not up to your standards in rehearsal space or storage space for fine arts or whatever it is. And so we want to make sure that the TEA standards are modified to Fort Worth standards. And then we're measuring against that, and again, continuously updating it. The nice part about the educational adequacy piece, it's dynamic also. It's not a static report. You get in a dashboard, it's updated as projects get done, as you move forward and you change your educational standards too. So they're both very dynamic processes in the educational adequacy, but this was first and foremost, meet with teaching and learning, figure out where we're falling short on the TEA, on our standards, and where we need to move forward on them. Again, it gives us good parameters for planning too. So we can look at your current facilities, see what is necessary to plan for in the future. As you go through those, we have also started, we actually are 2 schools away from finishing your middle school adequacy assessments. We can walk them a little faster than the engineers do. We're not crawling in space as they are. So we can walk through those buildings. We have 2 to finish tomorrow. I think we've got Wedgwood and ALA to finish tomorrow. And then we'll be done with your middle school walkthroughs for adequacy, which means we're going to spend the next couple of weeks scrubbing middle school data. There's, I can't even tell you how many line items of data there are, but going through there and making sure we're accurate. Spend the next 2 weeks that if we miss something, we can go back out to the schools. We can double check what we need to check. And so we're on schedule with that to be done with those middle schools very quickly, and we're going to start right in our elementary schools as those wrap up. To give you some context from an adequacy standpoint, we can walk 3 or 4 elementary schools a day. From a condition standpoint, they can probably walk 2 elementary schools a day. It kind of gives you an idea of pace. We're looking for something different in adequacy than they would be. So for instance, just so you know why the pace is what it is, let's say that your standard is these LED screens on your walls. When an adequacy assessor walks in the building, we're making sure that you have the LED screens. We're not concerned if it works or not. That's a condition assessment. They would check technology for the work, for all the systems working, okay? So there's a little difference in that, in what we do. But that gives you an idea of where we stand on the educational adequacy. The last piece, and it's certainly not the last piece, but it's just last in this presentation, is our community engagement and stakeholder engagement. Now, what we want you to know in this is not so much the specifics, because we're still working out specifics, because we're very much in the pre-planning stage of collecting data. We're in the middle of getting your demographic information together, all the condition information, your program, in order to develop framework. And that framework will be one of our first outreaches to your community. But what we want you to see is that we believe that transparency is not just community engagement. There are several tiers to how we communicate a facilities master plan, and there's several different audiences from which we have to build a plan for. The communication to the board is sometimes different, and we have to prepare for the board different in a communications plan, but it needs to be strategic with you. It needs to keep you up to date and keep you informed. But it also is intended to make sure that you have the information you need to protect you down the road. To say that we were informed of this, that we've provided input where we've needed to provide input, we've set the guardrails in from policy standpoint, that's a good communications plan with the board. Our community engagement goes different levels, and we're going to talk a little bit about more how much we do and how deep we do. And so we certainly will go out and we can talk to school-based communities, and we can do that. But we offer a lot of online focus groups too that people can sit and actually talk to us, the consultants, and spend some time with us to understand data, to ask the questions that really get answered, not to go to a community meeting and stand up and say something and never get an answer to. We want to spend some time answering that. And so we believe that there has to be a different communications plan for the community. We also think there has to be a communications plan for principals. We think there has to be a communications plan for district personnel. And so we take transparency to another level that a lot don't. because we do believe that the messaging of these are all important, and sometimes the messaging has to be a little different for each group. It just can't be a blanket, oh yeah, we're going to be transparent. So this gives you some idea about just some leveling of that. I'm not going to go to detail of it. And then as we update this in the facilities committee also, we'll give you more specifics on when and where and how. And so actually we have a meeting tomorrow that is going to continue that conversation to get more specifics for you on that. And then finally, your projected timeline. And I think if you look at this, the anticipated timeline to complete the facilities master plan is at the end of this year. And again, which actually falls in place pretty well. We believe that it starts certain levels of community engagement in the spring, when we go out to the community talking about framework and then process overview and some of the data that we've collected. Because one of the first things that we do out of out of all the pre-planning, so after we get all the demographic analysis done, all the condition analysis done, get that framework done, is we create what we call State of the Schools. And your State of the Schools report is something that you should have every year. It should be a summary of demographics, of condition, of framework, of your educational vision, of funding. And I've been doing this 25 years, and what I've learned about school boards is that you get this data about 4 or 5 times during the year. You get enrollment in the fall, you get some budget stuff when you're doing the spring and summer stuff, you get programmatic updates throughout the year. Sometimes in the condition updates, you get probably annual or biannual reports, but they're oftentimes not put together. And this is a board that has a $1 billion decision on their facilities. I believe you should have a State of the Schools that gives you all the information in one spot. And so that's the intent in the pre-planning, is to make sure that you and the community have what we call a State of the Schools on an annual basis to make sure that you're updated on all these. And so we anticipate that State of the Schools to be in the spring, starting that community engagement to make sure that they're aware of the data, that they are seeing the data as we're seeing it or as we're not seeing it, which is even more important sometimes. We'll spend some time in the summer developing options. There's several pathways to how you can align your facilities to your demographics and programs and your funding in the future. So we will engage the community on options. We'll engage the board on options, on different pathways that you can be taking to get to where you need to get to. And then finally in the fall, working with the community to work through recommendations. And of course, there's updates all the way through this as we will keep you informed and your community informed. So with that, that's about 14 months and about 25 minutes. So any questions that you might have?
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez, and thank you for this presentation. How does this work with the facilities master plan fit in with the presentation we just finished on the renovations that are already scheduled for the Fort Worth ISD middle schools?
So one of the things that, because of how we approach it from the systems component and the adequacy, is that it's a dynamic program that we can change within the process of what you're doing. And so if all projects go forward, certainly, we're going to see, okay, what's the anticipated addition at one of those middle schools and what spaces does it have? We'll go into that, we'll look at our adequacy report and we'll say, oh, well, those are deficiencies that we can anticipate. So we can actually put it in the adequacy report that these are anticipated to be corrected. And then when they are corrected, just update. It's just a quick swipe of a few keys to update that. So we'll work with that with the program management group in Presidio to make sure that we're in line with all those renovations that happen. I know there are some questions about, okay, does that mean there's a closure or consolidation around there? Well, I can't tell you any of that yet. I mean, I do know that there are some things in front of us that we're really not aware of yet. I think some of those enrollment trends that you're seeing, to me, are a bit concerning in some parts of the city, in the district, to look at decline and growth and how you balance the two. So we have to be working with them side by side as we're doing those adequacy and condition assessments to make sure we're updating all the time. And again, it's dynamic throughout the entire process. And I know this is a little belabored, but I don't want to miss this point, is that we will update condition data and adequacy data all the way through this. It just isn't we're going to go walk buildings and then stop. As projects get done, as they get their summer projects done, we're right back into the tool, updating that to make sure we're ready for the fall community engagement.
So what I heard you say is a significant amount of collaboration.
Significant.
Between your organization and Presidio as they are working through this bond process.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to have to.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, Madam President. Could you help me understand what goes into the thought process when it comes to renovating the school? Because I know that some we renovated and did a little surface cleanup, and some that we just kind of totally demolished. I know costs, obviously.
Yeah, that's one.
That's the obvious. But a lot of these buildings are, age-wise, they're almost about the same because they're old, you know. But with the cost of renovating the building being so expensive, how does that come in the decision-making?
Well, Trustee Bridges, I think that's an excellent question because I think part of the educational framework that we develop is a decision-making tool to let you know when to renovate versus replace. I do think that oftentimes we're not informed enough. You know, for instance, adequacy. I think it's a great one. Adequacy can add 20 to 30% cost to a capital program, but nobody can validate that for some reason because every adequacy report you've ever gotten says good, fair, poor, right? Now, what we're going to show you is that there are some buildings, and this gives you an example of how you can make a decision, that we rate on an adequacy standpoint, we rate a building on a 100-point scale, and we tell you that there's a maximum score that any building can get. So we can tell you that regardless of if you can put everything in from a constructible standard, that means I don't make additions to the building because that's additional cost, or if I don't change the program or the capacity of the building, there's a constructible standard I can build to. Now, if I tell you that a building can only reach 60% of its potential educational adequacy, along with this is how much construction you're going to have to put in to make the building, you've got a decision to make as a board that do you want a building that's going to last another 40 years that in today's standard only reaches 60% of the educational value that it should have. And so I think there are tools, you have to set those standards early. When you're establishing the framework and the parameters for planning, one of the things you have to do is you have to establish what are those determinations to tell you when do I renovate a building versus replace a building. You know, and you know, we did a lot of work in the early part of in the state of Ohio, who's done, I don't know, $30 billion worth of work from the state in the last 25 years. But one of the things they established was what they call the 2/3 rule. That if a building exceeds 2/3 renovation cost versus replacement cost, the building should be a candidate for replacement. And the reason for that is the investment of dollars last about half they do on a new construction if you just renovate a building. And so do you want to spend 70% on a building that's going to give you 25 years? Or do you want to spend the additional 25% or 30% to get you 50 or 60 years? And I think the state of Ohio did a good job of trying to establish that. Now, there's all kinds of criteria there, historic, you know, you do all those kind of things. But you have to set those early. For Fort Worth, it's different. There's districts out there that says at 50%, I'm replacing. At 60 years, I'm done if they can afford it. And so part of it's driven by cost, some of it's driven by condition assessment, adequacy assessment, and some is just driven by your policy. So I think there's all kinds of influences.
Is the data added into that as well?
I'm sorry?
Is the data added into that?
Oh, absolutely. So you've got demographic information, you've got community information, you've got, you know, I think the balance of any good facilities plan, and I think this is really important too, is that, you know, there's an art and science to this. Is that there is a community data, and communities should have influence on decision-making in school districts. They own their buildings. They're going to be there forever, beyond school boards and administrations. And so communities should have some say, but data should have some say too. And what I've learned in 25 years of doing this, that if you let the data drive everything, you could ignore the community need. If you let the community drive everything, you could ignore the data need. And so the art to this is balancing to make sure that they both work together in sync. And sometimes the community will drive a decision because it is a historic piece. It is a part of the Parks and Rec. It is part of something. Sometimes it demands that it get replaced or not be there anymore because there's no kids there anymore and the building's at 120% renovation versus replacement. Sometimes you can't ignore that. But we have to pay attention to both. And the art to this is just determining, as you go through this plan, what drives what in this.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Luevanos?
Back to Trustee Dar's comment on collaboration between Presidio and you, and we have some schools that are going to be work on. Are we going to collaborate now? Or are we going to wait until the report is done?
So one of the reasons that we prioritize the assessments for middle schools was that very reason. You're in the heart of this program right now. And so we want to make sure that what they're doing and what we're doing are informing each other. And so that is the primary reason that we prioritize middle schools to start. And so they will inform each other as you move forward in this program. And, you know, will there be, again, I have no preconceived notion if there's any changes or anything like that because I just don't know that yet. But definitely have to work together on that.
Any other questions? Okay, continue.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There you go.
Thank you so much.
I'll run off with that.
Okay. Good evening, President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey. I'm Carmen Arieta Candelari. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the district, and I'm here to talk about a specific project and with regards to the district's future plans. If you could please bring up my presentation. So what I want to do, oh, it's right here. Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry. Well, first of all, I'm going to talk about the project details and how we want to incorporate the utilization of a public facilities corporation, otherwise known as a PFC, for this specific project. So the project details that we're looking at is an operations facilities that would include transportation, warehouse, and maintenance. Back in June of 2020, the board approved an architect services agreement with Corgan to develop a new transportation facility to relocate the current existing bus barn into a more comprehensive transportation facility. That agreement was funded by TRE funds in the general fund, and it was at a cost of $302,000. That facility was identified as the West Side Operations Facility, and it's located at 3626 Longview Avenue. There is a TxDOT project that is directly impacting the existing facility, which necessitates a decision on whether or not to move forward with this project. We have an updated estimated construction project budget that we've deemed to be about $30 million. Here's the project location at 3626 Longview Avenue. It's located by that red symbol. And then here is an example of a facility that could fit on this particular piece of property. The surrounding property that you see around the current location is also owned by Fort Worth ISD. What's impacting this project is the project known as RM 2871 Roadway Improvement. This is a fact sheet coming from TxDOT, and the information that we have is that the project is moving forward, and there's some timelines with regards to construction. An updated project sheet from TxDOT indicates that there are some design and also some right-of-way acquisitions that need to be completed, and it appears that the project will begin with some utility adjustments in spring of 2028, and then by the fall of 2028 that project will begin letting and begin construction. So we have some time, but it just depends on what that construction cycle looks like in order to move forward. However, there is still a need to move this particular facility because it's right in the path of this particular project. So with that in mind, we looked at funding the project. How do we fund the project? So we have an opportunity to use lease revenue bonds through a public facilities corporation. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that funding. Again, $30 million, which would be the maximum proceeds that we've estimated, given other constraints that I'll talk about in just a second. And then those lease revenue bonds through that PFC. So what is a PFC? A PFC in the state of Texas is a public facilities corporation that we can use as an alternative way to fund a construction project. The district would form a PFC pursuant to Chapter 303 of the Texas Local Government Code. And then we have to, of course, get your approval to enter into the agreements In most cases, in the PFCs that I've worked on, the board mirrors the board of the PFC. So basically, you would all act as the officers on the PFC in order to govern the PFC. So basically what happens is you close your meeting, you schedule a meeting, you close your meeting, you enter and take action, and then you close the meeting, and then you can have that on the same night as a regular school board meeting. These meetings are similar to meetings of the Board of Trustees. They are subject to the Open Meetings Act. And then the bond issuances, again, are typically structured as lease revenue bonds. And what that means is that it's a financing structure that allows the district and the PFC to enter into a lease agreement with an option to purchase the project at the end of that term. That's what's going to provide the source of funding for the project. And we have to meet certain requirements to the public. First of all, we have to publish a notice of intent that we're going to enter into this transaction and provide sufficient detail in that notice of intent in order to give the public that notice. We're required to estimate what the estimated construction cost is. And then the state law also provides a provision where registered voters can petition the district during that period that we cannot move forward with this particular project unless we have an election. If there is no petition, then the district can move forward with that lease transaction. No bids, however, for the project construction can be let out during that 60-day period. That is important that we make sure that we follow those guidelines that are set out by state law. Again, we would use any of the proceeds from the sale of the bond to construct the project, and only the revenues from the lease are available to repay the bonds. No taxing authority of the district is pledged. In other words, no revenues of the district is pledged, and it is a subject to appropriation clause. So what that means to the board is that means that you actually have to, during the budget process, annual budget process, you appropriate the amount for that lease revenue payment for that year. So every year it is a subject to appropriation by the board. And what that means is it does cost slightly more to be able to purchase the lease revenue bonds. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that as well. Like what is the estimated additional cost with regards to lease revenue bonds? The PFC constructs and owns the project, but of course the district has access and control at all times through the lease. The district also has the option to purchase the project upon repayment to the bondholders. And we also have some considerations when, as in this case, when the district owns the land, the PFC has to purchase that land at market value. And but you can continue to contribute those funds back into the project. As the governing board, you approve all of the transactions, so it is disclosed, and we work together to make sure that everyone understands what are those requirements in order to enter into PFC. And then, of course, the Texas AG, the Attorney General, does have to review all of the transaction document and has to approve, just like we have with general obligation bonds, the AG's office has to approve the PFC transaction as well. This is a very complicated view of the structure and all of the things that we have to work under in order to get the deal done. However, I could walk through each one of these, but rest assured that I feel confident that we could get this done internally. Like I said, I've done two other PFCs, and it may look complicated. It is, but it's lengthy, but it does accomplish the task at hand, which is to fund the project. This is what the board and the district have to do. We have to identify the project that's well suited for the financing, which we have done and proposed through the project details that I've provided. And then we meet internally and we meet with the appropriate board committee. We've already presented this to you at the Board Facilities Committee and at the Board Finance Committee to try to answer more questions and to give you some more information on how we would propose to do this. And then we would seek to get the appropriate approvals to come forward with the PFC financing and bring those documents to a creation meeting either in February or March. And you all have to approve the articles of incorporation and the bylaws for the PFC. And then at that time, you may authorize the notice of intent for us to publish, and that's what really starts that 60-day clock to the public. And then after filing the articles of incorporation, we hold an organizational meeting where you provide us with authorization to be able to move forward with the project and, of course, the financing. You can also delegate as you delegate the parameters resolution during a general obligation bond deal to myself and the superintendent so that we can handle the lease transactions on your behalf. You can also elect to bring those documents back for your final approval. That is something that is at your pleasure. And then we have the approval of the bond sale and the delivery of the lease. Again, if it's not delegated to us, then we have additional meetings where we request for that approval. And some of the advantages and disadvantages, again, it allows us to move quickly on a particular project where we don't have other funding for it, such as a general obligation bond. It is best suited as a limited tool, and we would not be doing this all the time for a particular project because of the complexity and the time that it takes to us to do this. It is more complex, and it is a slightly more costly than the issuance of property tax bonds. The PSF guarantee, permanent school fund guarantee, is not allowable on the lease revenue bonds. And of course, as you know, that allows us to get that AAA status when we go out for bond, which causes us to get a reduction in our credit on our credit rate or tax rate that we're paying for the our interest costs that we're paying on general obligations bonds. So it does allow us, that PSF guarantee is very important for our general obligation bond, but it's not available on lease revenue bonds. It does take a little bit more time from the time that you tell us to go and we publish the intent and so forth. It's about 6 months from that initial board approval. And then the procurement process also takes a little bit of time. And one of the important things that I think for the board to understand is it does utilize the maintenance operation side of the house. So this lease revenue expense would have to go on the M&O side and not the INS side. Now, at some future bond election, if we have a bond election, we can put this project in the bond election and ask the voters to approve this project. And then basically what would happen is we would pay off the lease revenue bonds and then issue new debt through general obligation bonds. Okay, so there is an opportunity for us to be able to move that M&O expense over to the INS side. Okay, and assuming a $30 million project and lease revenue bonds, under our current, it would be a AA2 AA with about a 50 basis points cushion, which means basically if we were to issue general obligations bonds, let's say at 5%, well, the lease revenue bonds would cost us 5.5%. So it's about 50 basis points higher than we typically receive on a general obligation issuance. So that's the differential cost. We're also required to only go out for 20 years as opposed to 25 or 30 on general obligations. It goes out for 20 years, which shortens the time frame that we have to pay something back and therefore increases our annual expense a little bit, okay? So I did a level debt scenario calculation, and it's about $2,387,000,000 per year. I would anticipate everything happening and the structure, the timing, that it would probably affect us in the 25-26 school year because we would have that construction period of time that we would incur. And so I anticipate that with the structure, that would probably be our first payment in that would impact our 25-26 school year. So again, it is that subject to appropriation obligation, and it is funded out of the general fund. And so our next step is, again, working with our outside legal counsel. We would draft those final PFC documents, and just depending on timing, how quickly we could get them drafted and reviewed and go through that process, we're looking at probably February, March timeframe to come back to the board to get a final approval. Okay. And I stand ready for any questions that you may have.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. So the 20-year level debt service with a 10-year call, does that encumber us to $2.387 million per year times 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to encumber 10 different configurations of boards to this amount of money, and it's something we have to sustain.
Yes, and that is a really great point, because it is a subject to appropriation clause. It is a requirement that the boards have to appropriate it every year. So that risk, there is a risk that the future boards would not appropriate that. But of course, the risk is that if you don't appropriate, it does affect the impact of the credit for the district. And so it would significantly and negatively impact the district at a credit rating. That is one of the primary questions we get from the rating agencies. Has the district ever defaulted on the payment of a note? And so it would be important for the boards to understand that.
It would be important, and I think that we have to have a basic outlay of that information, and then as trustees change, that needs to be understood. And you've done these in the past. How did that work in the past, and what did the outcomes look like?
Yeah. Well, I think it really depends on what is the intent of the board. So we did a 5-year bullet, for example, in one, because we knew that we were going to go out for a bond election. So you can structure it where you're only paying interest, for example, on the debt. And then you have 5 years to go out for a bond election. So if that is the intent and we want to incorporate into that, then we would structure it in that way. Of course, when you get to the 5 years, at the end of the 5 years, and the board has changed their mind, and they would like for us to just continue to pay for it out of M&O, then we would fix it out for the long term. But I do think that there was an understanding and as the boards changed, that you have to fund it, and it speaks to the fiscal integrity of the district, and certainly any CFO future would also advise that it is in the best interest of the district to continue to making that appropriation.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one other question. What makes this a priority for us to spend this money now? And I love the structure of this. I mean, I think it's really cool. I love the fact that you have already done this not once but twice, I think. But what makes this a priority?
I think the reason that it makes two things. I think one is the condition of the facility, and the second is the tech stop project that's coming through there. That is, I believe it is a project that has been approved. It's on the deck, and it is going to be done at some point in time in the future to make that connectivity between the two major roads there. So I think that those are two pressures that we have. I think I indicated we probably have a little bit of time, but the other issue is how long it takes us to construct the facility. So that it would be another concern, is the length of time that it takes, and the supply issues that we have, getting materials and all of that. So I would anticipate that within the next 2 years, there may be additional pressure. There may be at that point in time, because the road is coming and you need to get the facility done. And if it's anticipated that the construction on the road will start in 28, that really is only 4 more years. It's 4 years out. So those are the pressure points that I see in this particular project.
Thank you.
To be able to get started on it right now.
Trustee Luébanos? I'm sorry, Trustee Ryan?
Well, first, it needs to be done. I was delivering parts out there to the bus barn 55 years ago. So I know how old everything is out there. And we're also in the need of warehouse space because we're leasing spaces and we shouldn't be paying that. We should be able to use that money to help pay this down. There was one concern I had on the first page that TxDOT had. They showed them going in 23 and construction finishing in 27. But you go to the second page and they're talking about construction starting in 28. So my last talk I had with TxDOT was they were going to start in 28 and they were going to start up by I-30 and work their way to 377 and expected about 2 years. So I don't know where that puts us timeline on needing to do everything. But because you're dealing with TxDOT and they've already got 2 different timelines out there, it's kind of like a clown car at the circus every once in a while dealing with them. So good luck.
Yes, sir. And I think that's the difficult part is when are they, if they complete the right-of-way acquisitions, for example, could that shorten the time frame where the project could start earlier? It just really depends. And you're absolutely correct. The information has changed is provided at different times of, I think there was some information from August, and then I pulled it in November, and I listened to the meeting that they had online, and so things are changing. So we have to make a decision as to when we want to move forward, because I believe that the project does have to occur because we need to renovate that facility or have a new facility to address the needs out there.
Thank you.
Trustee Luébanos?
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I have a few questions. You mentioned that PFC will purchase the land at market value, and then are we going to purchase the land back at the end of the lease?
Yes, sir.
At market value?
Yes, it can be at the amount that it is purchased. And that could be part of the negotiated deal. I mean, we are basically one entity. Okay. So we would buy it back, basically.
For the same price in the books that we pay for it. And can we use some of the money in the bond that we have on interest? It's like $90 million. Can we use some of that money towards this $30 million? I mean, I don't want to have a debt for $47 million for the next 20 years.
So I think that would be something that I would have to consult with bond counsel, and I think it would cause a resolution or action by the board to be able to move those monies to a different project that wasn't in the
scope,
that wasn't in the original parameters, but certainly would be something that I would discuss with Dr. Ramsey and Deputy Spencer to determine what that would take.
And do we get any money from the state as they are coming to our land?
So we're looking at specifically the right-of-way that we sit on to determine if there are any proceeds that we could generate from that. So we're still looking at that particular piece.
Thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
Give me a second. Help me understand that the state is running through the property that we own. That's why we're going to have to spend, I can't even say it without having to hold my $30 million. And I hear you say that it's a priority, then we got to get that done. Forgive me, but my challenge is when I sit and listen to a parent who's literally in tears because something is going on with her kid, an inability because of a learning disability that this child had. That's a priority. And I'm praying to God that we can figure out another way of doing this, because it really concerns me. Now, this is an I statement coming from Wallace, and I still see, and I know that brother saying, well, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about now. But from a priority standpoint, that's a priority. To me, it is, and it's a priority to that parent. And I'm just praying there's another way that we can figure out on how to do that. And I had to say that because the face of that parent is still on my mind as far as the decisions that we're making that inevitably affects that child. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Trustee Jackson?
Yes, Trustee Ryan brought up a really good component of this, leased space. And we're spending a good deal of money on that. Is there a way the board could hear how much leased space and how much monthly payments we could offload by the completion of this project? I think that would be helpful.
Yes, we can certainly have. I think we've run a preliminary. It is probably less than 200,000 that we're utilizing. Again, this facility is already owned, so the warehouse component would fall into that. So for the warehouse, it's less than 200,000. I could comfortably say that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm, of course.
What happens if we start our project and then TxDOT decides they want to start their project a year earlier and we haven't completed? So where are we in that scenario?
So if they started the project and we were not completing our project, certainly there would be some negotiation that I would hope would have to happen for them to delay the project until we can move our facility. That would be what I would respond to that. If you look at the facility, you actually go out there, it really runs right through it. The road runs right through our facility. And if it's been there for a long period of time, it has been there for a long period of time. I'm not sure what the discussions were with TxDOT at the time and what precipitated them to I know what precipitated them to construct the road, but we are basically on that right of way. Our facility is built on our right of way, and it's just probably was built on the right of way a long time ago, and so we have to address it. I'm not sure I answered your question, Dr. Rodriguez.
No, it's fine. I just know TxDOT, so. Mm-hmm. Okay, are there any more questions? Are you okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramsey and team. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during the board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply to 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the uses of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as a speaker begins speaking, the time clock will start. Our first speaker is Gabe Perot. Holly Plemons, followed by Amy Super and Joe Palmer.
Okay. You ready for me? Okay, Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I want to talk to you about the superintendent's bonus and contract extension. I sent all of you a very lengthy email. Thank you for Dr. Ryan for responding and for Trustee Martinez for responding. Everybody else did not. I spent hours on that email and on that data, and I hope that you look at it. The data is coming straight from TEA. In the superintendent's contract, which I included in my email, to get the bonus, she has to meet goals. Every single one of our scores went down from the state. We're lower than the state in every single score. I listed the scores that went up and the scores that went down. They balanced each other out. Our students did not get gains underneath her. Our reading is lower. Our math is lower. She did not earn this bonus. And if our teachers did not get a retention bonus, it would be an unbelievable slap in their face for her to get a bonus making what she does. The extension hasn't shown any improvements. Why would we extend somebody's contract? Y'all are running a business. This is a business. Why would any board give someone an extension right now? I would prefer for her to be fired. I will settle for table it until the individual scores come in for the schools, if that is something that's important to you. But you have the data right now showing you what the scores are, and our students are not improving. Whenever she was hired, she was told, will you meet with your loudest critic? That's me. She's never uttered a sound. She's never returned an email. She's made 0 attempts. I understand that a lot of you are mad at me because I come here. Do you know what they did to my children? How many of you met with me and found out what happened to my children? How many of you know what I've had to give up in my life to save my middle child and get him educated? Where he was unbelievable. And right now I'm paying for services that I cannot use in this district because I don't trust you with my children. My 8-year-old was retaliated against. I was spit on at a school. I was called a murderer. Nobody died. That's how I was treated. And you guys treat me horribly because I come here and I'm involved, and you should not be. She doesn't deserve an extension. She doesn't deserve a bonus. And what happened at the shack meeting with the porn last night was unacceptable. The technology person should be fired. That was her hire that you guys used a consultant that was Dr. Scribner.
Amy Super, followed by Joe Palmer and Aaron James.
Leadership is about taking responsibility, not making excuses. Effective leadership is not about making speeches or being liked. Leadership is defined by results, not attributes. I'm here as a resident of Fort Worth ISD, and I'm asking you to not vote in favor of rewarding monetarily in a tangible way by giving her a bonus or giving her an extension on her contract tonight. As the only district employee that you guys have any say-so about keeping or not keeping, This is on you tonight, okay? The kids are watching, the parents are watching, community's watching. Don't reward failure, don't reward incompetency. I'll give you a few examples. But first, I'd like to mention the fact that as the wife and daughter and granddaughter of military veterans, I did have the privilege to watch what good leadership looks like up close and personal throughout my lifetime. And this is not it. It was personified by a former president, little sign he had on his desk that said, "The buck stops here." That meant exactly what you think it means. Okay? A few recent examples. Continued declining enrollment within the district. Did this start before she got here? Absolutely. It was at the height of enrollment when my last child graduated, but it has continued to decline under her watch. Failure. Next, I listened and watched last month as a trustee asked a very specific question to a senior administrator, and they hemmed and hawed about it, didn't answer it, and she let him do that. She didn't correct him, didn't get the information to that person, and it just went away. That was $1 million question. Failure. And lastly, last night, the pornographic hacking incident that occurred during the SHAC meeting that should have been a seamless, simple Zoom meeting. I was there in person. It was on a huge screen, happened not once and not twice. If that can happen in a simple Zoom meeting that was full of adults, imagine, are we supposed to then trust the fact that these millions of dollars and laptops that the district, again, administrators asked for your approval of, to place in the hands of our kids, that the security, the firewalls that should be up that should protect their eyes and ears from that same disgusting stuff that we saw last night? I have no trust, and I don't expect that any other parent will trust that. I will get over it. Not a big deal. We're adults. Kids that will be exposed to that may not, and that will be on you, and that is on her. Please evaluate. Take those just quick examples that I gave you, that it's about all the time I have to give you. I could give you a bunch more if you wanted me to. But that's what I'm giving you tonight, and I'm just asking you to take this really seriously. This is your job, your responsibility to evaluate, your responsibility. Please take it seriously and make that decision. Thank you.
Joe Palmer, followed by our final speaker, Aaron James.
Section 551007 of Local Government Code requires you to allow members of the public to address the body on agenda items either before or during the body's consideration of that item. Once again, we're in violation of state law, but it doesn't matter because there's no criminal penalty attached to that state law, so we ignore it. What kind of example are you setting for children? I had points to make on the facilities report. It's done and gone, but it illustrates the amount of importance that you place on the voice of the people. You just don't obey state law. You just ignore us, and you're just looking at your watch, waiting for this period of the meeting to be over. I would like to know what attempts have been made or are you going to make with TxDOT to try to get them to redirect the route that they're talking about. Maybe you think it's bleak or hopeless. Maybe it's worth a try. $30 million? Trustee Wallace, thank you so much. That is the extra mile. The extra second mile is to implement somehow. I really appreciate that you've got these parents' voices in your thoughts very clearly while you're making these decisions with their money. One of the reasons why parents and families are having such a hard time is they can't pay their damn bills. They can't pay their mortgage, they can't pay their rent because the taxes are too high. Renters are paying property taxes too. Staff is laughing at you, board members. Administrative staff is laughing at you. They are disrespectful to you when they present information to you falsely and deceptively in a way to misdirect and make you misunderstand the issues so that you'll vote for things that they want. The example of that is they characterized a campus where they're knocking down portable buildings and putting the kids into the new permanent buildings as attendance increase, a capacity increase. That is not a capacity increase. The number of students on that campus is identical to what it was before you spend the millions of dollars on the building. You're talking about relocating the main entrance of a facility. Does anybody do that in the business world? How old are the buildings downtown? They make them work, they make them work, they make them work. And they care about revenue, they care about survival, because that's how they pay for their kids' futures, that's how they feed their kids. I guarantee you those people in the business world care more about their kids than you claim to care about other people's kids. I'm talking to administrative staff. And I bring up this point, I'm always on administrative staff, but tonight it's particularly important because I attach it to you, Madam Superintendent. And that is why I want you to not renew You have the authority to base your criteria on the performance level of the students. Holly's right. The reading is down, the math is down. These kids are graduating, they can't even write their own damn name. And they can't function in a job interview. They don't know these things. It's shameful, and it's the right thing to do. Just don't renew. Wait until the individual scores come out.
Our final speaker is Aaron James.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Ramsey, and Board. I'm here to address another failure once again by Superintendent Ramsey. At last night's SHAC meeting, everyone in attendance was forced to watch porn. Who's responsible over the technology department? This incident happening by itself should be reason enough to get away from learning with using technology. There's so many things that can go wrong, and last night exposed it. Most laptops and iPads have cameras, and those cameras can be hacked. Just a few years ago, y'all were forced to pay millions of dollars after the system was hacked. Our children's innocence and privacy are at stake, and the idea that we need to grow the technology department is absurd. We don't need to expand the technology department. We need to get back to basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. Stop hiring based on color and get back to hiring on merit. No one should get a raise if they fail to meet expectations.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. The time is 7:27 p.m. The date is Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:31 PM with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:58 PM with the quorum present. Let's move to action item 5A. Consider and take possible action on the superintendent's evaluation and contract. Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt the superintendent evaluation and action on the superintendent's contract as discussed in closed session.
Second.
Any discussion? Please move to voting. Vote is unanimous. 9-0. The time is 11 PM and this meeting is adjourned.